Welcome in, everybody. We are back with blueprints. I accidentally hit the continue button, so here we are. Um, day 7. Uh, whoopsie boopsie. But we're starting day 7. I got my notes ready, so let's get a move on, shall we? Um, we've got lots to see, lots to do, lots to try. But we are here in the entry hall. This hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. We learned the names of the busts. Gotta pick up our allowance. That's very important. But this is generally the same. Nice stamp. It welcomes us to Mount Holly. Gives us the rules. Tells us best of luck. Great Uncle Herbert. We do have the exhaustion mechanic here, as usual. We have this picture, which I'm assuming is the local town. We always have these two sketches in this room. Still don't know what the sketches are about. And we do have a Sinclair and an other. This is the current time, but we are gonna go out to the outdoor one to see what flavor of run we're gonna have today. This is sort of our flavorization. We select a room from here. So this is new information. We have seen the root cellar. We've not been to the root cellar. Rooms in your house will be more likely to contain dig spots today, which is interesting. We have the shrine, and we have some gold for a blessing at the shrine. And then we have the schoolhouse, which adds 8 classrooms to today's draft pool. The schoolhouse is new. We've not seen that before, so that's a fun Easter egg. Hi, Reed. Welcome in. Only popping in for a few. Have to head out soon. That's fine, man. Thank you for being here. It's wonderful to see you. I hope you have a really great day doing whatever it is you have to head out for. But thank you for stopping by. Allowance does not carry over, so if you don't pick it up one day, you won't get it. You won't get to the next. That's interesting. But yeah, we picked up our allowance, and as long as it's the shrine, go for it. You learn more. You'd learn more from the other two. As long as it's not the shrine, it's okay. Mistyping is absolutely a thing, Trav. So you say the root cellar or the schoolhouse because we will learn more things. I kind of want to add the schoolhouse. Like, the dig spots are great, but I don't have a guaranteed shovel. So I am going to add the schoolhouse and get classrooms and see what the classrooms have to say. So let's find out more about things. Ooh-hoo-hoo. It is an old-fashioned schoolhouse. We do have a dig spot in here. 2 of them, looks like. Schoolhouse's extra rooms only apply today, mercifully, because that is a lot of copies. I'm gonna give my sister a ride to do something with her car that is in the shop. Then we are getting lunch. That sounds like a really great day, Reed. Enjoy time with your sister. I hope the two of you do get along. But if you don't, I understand. I have siblings too. I have 2 younger sisters. Herbie's desk. Oh, he scratched that into his desk. I wonder if Simon has done the same. Can I get past you? I can. I got another blue flame. Cool. Yep, that's 1 dig spot, that's 2 dig spots. No other desks have anything on it. Chalkboard seems to be clean. The schoolroom is very much in disrepair. I don't see any extra like gems or keys or anything. I am looking just in case. I don't see anything. Okay. I'm gonna take a picture of this. Because it's cute. So we can tell that this schoolhouse was the old schoolhouse on the estate when our great uncle was young. All right. We do have a stack of school books or something here and this old letter. Okay. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility, and meager as it may look by modern standards, I think most of us who spent our afternoons here will readily admit that we are reluctant to see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson, our most gracious host today, for not only paying attention in my class those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer is, of course, the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add, forced me to give this speech, so I think I'll end my praise of her there, though she deserves much more, I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair, thank you for following in your father's footsteps in building Reddington yet another school, and for also allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears the children running through his halls. I have a feeling that this is an older Baron Sinclair who committed to this, considering the age of this paper. Hi, PB! Welcome in. And lastly, I wish to thank all my students, many of you here today whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild. Those here whose parents before them I have also taught and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of quiet peace, and yet What is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow demerits upon? Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me, and if I am still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon cutting ceremony next year. Better joke to end? Remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. Well, we don't quite know who Mrs. Peterson is. We have heard of Lady Epson. And of course, they mention a Baron Sinclair, but there have been a few generations of Baron Sinclair, so it may not have been Heinrich specifically, but it could be. We don't know how old those desks are either. Yet another school. We do appreciate it, of course, but that was our 38th, and we're having to import children just to fill seats. We look forward to next year when we will no doubt be granted a 39th school. Yeah. Needless to say, this is an interesting letter. We just don't know why it is interesting, honestly. But this is a very quaint little schoolhouse that clearly served its purpose for a while, and then they expanded into the grounds. There were no sketches, right? I'm not full of crazy. I don't... Screw it, I'm wasting it. I'm a dum-dum who didn't pay attention. No, there's no sketches in here. Okay. Just dig sites, and then I've wasted a step or two being dumb. It's fine. Thank you for the lurk, Reed. Take care. Have an amazing rest of your day, and if you get back before I finish, feel free to hang out. If you remember. Always optional. Alright, let us get in here and... What do we want to do? We've gotten this one. We have schoolhouses. Do I want to go up the middle, or do I want to go to a wing? I am going to go to... We played in the East Wing yesterday. Mostly. Yeah, let's play with the West Wing today. I think I was kind of going up the middle, but it ended up being East Wing, or shenanigans. So we're gonna go up the West Wing today. Okay. We have the library, we have the pantry, and we have the storeroom. I'm gonna go with the library so we can request a new book. This is, I feel, a good opening move. If I get back in time, I will. Also, I'm trying to get some time with my BF as well. Our schedules have not been lining up much lately because of my fucked up sleep schedule, so we have only been... Look, Reed, I am optional, always. Like, if you have things to do, go do them. Please. Please, please, please. I'm just saying that if you remember to come back afterwards, feel free to do so. Like, it's an open invitation. It's not a requirement, and it's not an expectation. It's just invitation. So, please... Go spend time with your sister, have fun with your BF if you catch them. All of that, please. We will talk, you know, in future days. You know where I'm at. All right, library time. Well, you're always welcome. It is an open invitation, but, you know, don't feel like you have to do things just because I'm here. Okay, we have... library sketch of the prayer hands. And a library sketch of the hand holding a crowbar. Which it's probably just the crowbar that's important in there, but this is where we at, yo. All right. Today, we'll check the floors. I see the apple. We get apple knowledge plus 2 steps. So that really does help. And the book request form. We've done the pump system. So we have the Sightseer's Guide to Reddington by Andrew Darrell. The Swimbird by our mother, under her pen name, Marian Marigold. The Fixed Stars by Richard Witt, which we can find in the observatory, so we do not need to request it here. The History of Orindia by Caleb Manning, who was a fellow author at the same publishing house with our mother before she disappeared. And then the Drafting Strategy Architectural Digest, Volume 3. Out of these, I feel like the Drafting Strategy in the Architectural Digest Volume 3 is probably something that will have more information about how the house works, which would be good for future runs. The Sightseer's Guide will be interesting lore. The Swimbird will be our mother's second book that she wrote for us. The History of Orindia would be lore, and the Fixed Stars, again, we've read that book elsewhere. Like I literally wrote it into my notes. But maybe there's more information in the library version, or maybe it just requests that book out of the observatory. I'm not entirely certain. I'm going to go with the drafting strategy. I need to know the strats to get better at this game. So Simon P. Jones is our name. That's who we're playing. So I have that. Yeah, we're good. So now that that is requested, we still have the, hey, if you need the house directory, it's under the R key. These books on the bookstand still don't do anything. My records are as follows. This hasn't changed much. Numbers go up for most of this. Numbers go up here. Numbers go up here. I am 100%ing the puzzles so far. Numbers go up. That's it. If you know why I say numbers go up. Have we gotten any extra stuff here in the scrapbook? Okay, still missing this. My favorite floor plans has changed to the library now. My most drafted is the T-shaped hallway, the corridor, and security. Passageway is still the most paid for, next to courtyard and security. Most time spent in security, plus the entrance hall, plus the laboratory. The laboratory used to be number 2. I've made no contraptions. My largest purchase has been an upgrade disc for 15 gold. Crazy. Still don't have anything from here. Maybe one day we will actually make use of the coat check. We have avoided it like the plague. Also the walk-in closet. Also the rumpus room. Because again, the walk-in closet I have actively avoided a couple of times. The coat check I have actively avoided a couple of times. The rumpus room I've only seen once, but it may have been in an archived draft after a particular red room that causes that effect, and I just didn't see it. So hopefully we will find the rumpus room someday. Nothing new here. Okay. All I wanted to see is if there was new things. Sure, just a tip. Lore is genuinely important in this game. It's not just, oh, that's nice to know. There will be a quiz later. Yes, I am very much aware that every piece of lore has something to do with what the heck is going on here. And we absolutely need to know all of it. Literally all of it. So we're good for this room, I think. Onward. Got the aquarium again. Not that we can afford it. The weight room sucks, but it's early. We could just dead end here and be happy. I would have loved the aquarium. The aquarium would be really great, but no. I don't wanna with the weight room. Like, it would be really great to have all of those other doors, but like, I don't wanna. Would having a second copy of the library be terrible? Like, the Chamber of Mirrors seems like a really great room to draft after you filled out most of the map versus now when you have freaking a room. A second library is handy. Okay. I just don't wanna, and I am willing to go around a dead end here. Like, uh, why? Why? Okay, well, the mirror room is new, so we will check it out. Chamber of Mirrors. I need this. I need to find out what room number it is. It's not there. Not here. It is 26, 27, 28. Room number 28. Nifty spiffy. So now it is possible, I believe, that to draft both the Chamber of Mirrors again, as well as the library. Which is kind of hilarious. Alright. Let us explore this. We have 2 chairs, a button that we can push. There's nothing behind the pedestal. There is, however, 2 umbrellas. And then we have an iteration of this room in many directions that has interesting implications. There is money over there. But how do we get it? That is a good question. I'm going to... Not gonna leave the room. Be very, very careful. And I'm going to take a picture. Because the effect is so cool. Okay, it didn't like that. Here we go. Okay. Look around carefully and make sure to press... I will. The Chamber of Mirrors does do its own thing, and it's very important to play it in an open area such as where it is now. Look around carefully and make sure to press the button. Also look up. Uppies. Yeah. It has looked up. The door is closed up there. It is a different door up there. Okay. We push les boutons. But that did not open to our portion of the room. I cannot reach that one. Okay. Push the button again. Reflections of reflections. This confusing room can sometimes prove disorienting to the wayward guest. However, upon closer inspection, they quickly realize that viewing this room from more than one perspective is key to unraveling its secrets. It is a dead end with quotes. So, for example, the storeroom says dead end, but the mirror room says dead end with quotes, which means I need to get to the other 4 directions somehow and push other buttons. It is a mirror maze room. All right, I've clicked this button and that panel over there is open, which means that if we get to the opposite side of the mirror room, we could potentially poke both of these 2 buttons and open up new directionals. Okay. Which means I have to leave this room. I cannot reach that button. Or any of the other 2 that I can see. But the room is mirrored in all directions, basically. With some oddities. Is there anything else that I have missed, Trav, in my exploration of this small section of the room? Of course, you can't reach any of the upper buttons. They're reflections. I mean, I am not reflected in it, but none of the mirrors have reflected me in this game either. It's just interesting that the reflections at the top of the room do not show that this door is open. Okay. Cool. Time to backtrack. Let's go this way. Okay, we have the Nook, which will not connect. We have the library, which will not connect. We have the observatory, which will not connect. I can't actually get the observatory, but I can get the library. So I would effectively cut this off. I can't get into this side. I might be able to get into other sides, but I can't get into this side, regardless of what I choose here. We're gonna go with the library, though. Oh, yes. If I can connect other doors to the other 2 sides, we're golden. Now then, this is also a good test to see if the sketches of this room are different from the other, and they are. So instead of prayer hands and the hand holding the crowbar, we have the curved footbridge. And the bride. So my current theory about the sketches is that each sketch depends on what square you are. The sketch sets depend on what square you are on in the grid. Still worth poking around in there. There's a bit of loot in the chamber. Yes, I can't get to this door of it now. There's a bookshelf here, and it's not a faux one. But I do have access to this now. I wonder if I go back to the other library, if I can change what I pick for next time. Okay. This time we have the drafting strategy. First things first, the last person who checked this out is Kimberly Thompson, um, who is of the laboratory fame. Thank you for the lurk, Crafty Blue. Lovely to see you. Reasonable. We'll need checking up on to confirm. And so, if so, what would that mean? It means the sketches are coordinates on the grid, but I don't know necessarily what the coordinates on the grid are useful for. Howsoever, what is useful right in this moment is learning that Kimberly Thompson was likely directed to this periodical after she requested understanding of how to get the laboratory more consistently. The date is notable in that she only checked this book out roughly 2 months ago of this year. So she's a recent worker in the laboratory. All right. Drafting Strategy, Architectural Digest Volume 3, June issue. Features The Potential Within by the editor. Gems, 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 gem strategies and tips. Planning your house, estate layout and drafting. Top drafting combos. 5 combos you won't want to miss. Making a connection, estate connectivity. Tips and tricks, suggestions for success, and a word from the editor, obviously by the editor. The Potential Within. We all start as an empty floor plan. That's a cute subtitle, actually. To the ambitious young architect, a fresh blueprint represents a world of boundless possibilities. When you are starting at a blank canvas, you have unlimited potential and ideas to explore. But with an abundance of options at your disposal, the architect can also become overwhelmed by the countless choices and decisions that need to be made. Should I draft a hallway or a closet? How many bedrooms do I need in my house? Is passageway really worth 2 gems? All these questions can compound, adding layers of complexity and stress to the design process. That's why it's even more important to develop simple and effective strategies that you can employ while drafting your house to ensure a successful project outcome. In this volume of Architectural Digest, we aim to provide architects with some of those strategies and even assist them in developing their own. All right. Gems, gems, gems. Every architect needs them. Although many architects employ different strategies when developing their house designs, most of them agree on one guiding principle: have gems while drafting. One of the most common ways architects draft themselves into a corner is by not having the resources they need when opening a new door. If you lack the gems to consider all 3 presented options, you may be forced to draft a room you do not want. To avoid this predicament, focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems and prioritize acquiring gems as early in the day as you can. This approach is a surefire way to set yourself up for success. Reader submitted gem strats. Make sure you check for gems in the room you are in before clicking the door. I do this way too much. Think about saving some gems for emergencies. I try only to spend them if I really need a room. I will never draft passageway on the first 5 ranks. It's a simple strat that has served me well. Okay. So passageway does not open up until rank 6. Okay. If you see gems for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Don't pass up wine cellar, even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. I may have a bit of a problem. Oh, Craig. We have Alice F., Jen H., Kyle P., Matthew M., and Craig O. Yeah. Planning your house. Estate, layout, and design. See, this is all very important information, obviously. Uh, when you begin drafting a house, it's important to start each day with a solid foundation. Draft early ranks first. A very common mistake beginners make is drafting in a straight line north and ignoring the many unopened doors they have left behind in the entrance hall and the rooms of the early ranks. When these architects reach the higher ranks, they quickly discover they do not have enough keys or gems to continue. Their day usually ends by returning to the lower ranks to draft from the doors they skipped, only to find rooms and items that would have made all the difference if they had only been found earlier in the day. As the layout to the right demonstrates, even a path of rooms that snakes through the house and does not go in a straight line can also be structurally weak if you are leaving lots of unopened doors in the ranks behind you. By starting each day on a strong foundation of rooms on the early ranks, you will have a much better chance of finding success when you eventually start heading further into the house. Okay. Clearly, I am learning that I need to fill out the early ranks quite a bit more than I have been. Welcome in, Mr. Scrake. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope you are doing well. Top drafting combos. Wombo combo time. Five combos you won't want to miss. Another aspect to consider when planning your house is the order in which you draft rooms. For instance, if you draft Cloister before Terrace, you'll be down 3 gems. But if you draft them in the reverse order, Cloister would be free. Identifying a synergistic pair of floor plans is an essential first step, but determining the optimal order for drafting those rooms will provide you with an additional advantage, significantly improving your chances of success. Other floor plan combos. The foyer drafted before Great Hall would mean that all of its many doors would be unlocked. Drafting Bunk Room after Nursery will give you 10 extra steps because it counts as 2 separate bedroom triggers. You won't have to backtrack constantly to collect your gold spread from Office if you draft a conference room. The more items you have, the greater chances of being able to create a contraption in the workshop. We've not seen the attic. In fact, out of this entire group, the attic is the only one I have not actually personally seen in the game yet. So, all very interesting. Making a connection. Estate connectivity. Two-pair combos aren't the only form of room synergy. You will find some floor plans only work by drafting other specific rooms. These rooms aren't powerful on their own, but can become very powerful when their connectivity is eventually discovered. The utility closet is a perfect example of this. It doesn't do anything by itself, but it can literally power up or down other rooms you've drafted in your house. It can power up the garage, turn the lights back on in the dark room, or turn the lights off to prevent step loss in the gymnasium. That's how you deal with the gymnasium. You turn the lights off and then it can't do anything. Have you noticed the implication that floor plans are standardized in the world? You may be able to customize them to your liking, but it's expected that everyone knows the same floor plans. I have noticed that. I have also noticed that the laboratory experiments have a lot to do with tinkering with floor plans. Other examples of connectivity. One of the more simple examples, her ladyship's chamber, has synergy with Lady Epson's other 2 rooms, her boudoir and her walk-in closet. Interesting. I've not seen her ladyship's chamber, but that is good to know. Actually, really good to know that that is an option in the bedroom. So that's one of the bedrooms I've not seen. So this actually gives me information about a room I've not ever been in and have not seen. The boiler room connects ducts from room to run steam power to specific destinations in the game or in the house, including the laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace, and pump room. All have uses for steam power. So you want those rooms to be connected to the boiler room as much as possible. We've seen the garage, we've seen the furnace, but not drafted it. We've drafted the garage. We've drafted the laboratory. We have not seen nor drafted the laundry room or the pump room. Both her ladyship's chamber and the master bedroom have conditions for drafting, which means you're not likely to stumble on them easily. You can do so sometimes, but unless you now understand what the conditions were, you could well spend a long time finding them. Okay, so one of the other bedrooms I don't know of is the master bedroom. Okay. Good to know. No, obviously they're not the only ones with conditionals. And then speaking of the pump room, this room controls the water level throughout rooms in the estate and can interact directly with the pool, the aquarium, the greenhouse, and the kitchen, and several other features located outside of the main house. Okay, so the pump room affects things in the kitchen. I didn't know that. Um, Good to know. The aquarium is obvious. The pool is obvious. Okay. Tips and tricks. In the kitchen, you can check which course is being served in the dining room that day. This will allow you the opportunity to draft specific rooms that will make the meal even more delicious. Besides counting as two bedrooms, bunk room also counts as two rooms. This will increase the amount of steps granted by master bedroom. Okay. So I'm assuming the master bedroom gives you steps according to how many other bedrooms are in the house. It's probably not the direct wording, but close enough. The amount of gold spread by the tomb, and the amount of keys found in the servants' quarters. Each time you solve a puzzle in billiard room or parlor, the difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Yes, we have seen that the puzzle gets a little bit trickier, but we are not to the point where I have been outpuzzled. I am 2 for 2 on the billiards room and 6 for 6 on the parlor. I have seen the greenhouse, yes. Just because you didn't find any items in a room when you first explored it doesn't mean that will be the case the next time you draft it. I knew that one. The day after drafting Freezer, it enters an automated cooldown refreezing cycle during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours. So we have seen reference to the Freezer before. I don't think I've ever like directly drafted the Freezer, or if I did, it was only once. Um, it's an interesting room, but we've not really experienced it. If you are stuck or don't know what to do in a specific room, sometimes it is smart to move on. There are multiple ways to solve many of the challenges you will come across, and there is a very good chance you will find a piece of information down the road which may help. When in doubt, draft rooms you have never seen before, which Trav repeatedly tells me to do. Even if you do not think the rooms seem very useful, they may still hold useful clues and information that may help you on your journey. Okay. That was very helpful, thank you. A word from the editor. Although this volume we have provided our readers with many potential strategies and tricks to try, we here at Architectural Digest hope that aspiring architects know that there truly is no set blueprint for success. Forging your own path and coming up with your own unique strategies will, in our humble opinion, always provide the best results. Each architect has his own favorite room, each builder has his own favorite tool, and thus each player in turn will develop their own style of play and discover their own secrets and tricks that they can share with the world, or keep to themselves. Whatever strategy you employ, we wish you the best of luck drafting and hope you build the house of your dreams. Oh, that's very sweet. All right, that is the library. Now, we're gonna do some testing. I leave. I go back to the library. I go, hey, I've seen this book already. I would like, instead, the history of Erendia. All right. I'm gonna go across the entrance hall. We have the Nook, the spare room, and the commissary, which we cannot reach. I kind of want to do the spare room. Go all the way out and then kind of wind back around. But the Nook has a key in it, which could be super useful, but we won't really run into a lot of locked doors until the higher ranks. So we will likely roll up the Nook again before we leave the lower ranks. Anybody want to weigh in on my decision-making skills? Because I don't have the gems for the commissary currently. Nor any need, nor gold enough for anything in it, so... Really? Seriously? The odds of each door being locked rises with the ranks, but that doesn't mean they can't be locked earlier. I mean, you're not wrong. It's just that within the first 3 ranks, we rarely see a locked door. Rarely, not never. And then past that point, you will see them more and more. So, as I said, I want to go through the spare room and see if the Nook doesn't roll up in that corner. But I could take the Nook right now, it'd be fine. I just won't necessarily connect the library to whatever I roll up at the top of the Nook. Which isn't necessarily a terrible thing, but I like connecting paths so that if I have to retrace my steps, I have options. The Nook might roll up in the corner it's eligible for at low odds, though. Yeah. But, like, if I go the spare room and I get the Nook or the corner bedroom or the commissary or whatever, like, there are lots of, like, corner turn options. I can't guarantee that I will get like a T-junction situation here, which isn't that big a deal if the library is a dead end, but it would be nice if it isn't. Is all I'm saying. I'm getting a lot of like semi dead end situations here. I'm gonna go to the spare room. I've talked myself into it at this point. It's a lovely view. Mount Holly. There was a key in a corner at one point. I'm not seeing anything now. Everything seems the same as usual, except we actually have a window today. Because it's on an outer edge. Really kind of it here. And look at that. The Nook rolled up, the pantry rolled up again, or I could dead end it here, and I don't want to. I think the Nook would be probably the most useful one right here. So I'm going to take it. Not that the pantry isn't useful. It's lovely. I love the pantry. Don't get me wrong. But, like, the Nook is kind of... I had a good feeling. My feeling paid off. Like, yay. Keys or cash? Yeah, keys. So we have this black note as per usual. Nothing, no items on this table. The usual key is here. The usual piles of books with the chair. This is the usual, and then our sketches are these two. This is still off and not functioning. Nothing behind the chair. I've not looked behind the chair before, but there was nothing there. Alright, time to move on. I got the Nook again because the Hall of Mirrors is here. However, I do love me the hallway. Fuck off, Chapel. I do love me the hallway. I could go Nook Nook. Double Nook. Get 2 keys. I have a feeling it's going to be a very interesting run. So, the Chamber of Mirrors effect is continuing. So I don't want red rooms at all. If I can help it. I'm going to test something. I am going to take the Nook. I'm not insane. I promise you guys. I'm not insane. Aha. I got a magnifying glass, which has rolled up here before. Antechamber appears to be sealed by all 4 sides. Must be a way to open. Yep, I am aware. Sinclair has many something secrets that he will not talk to his blank. Billiard puzzle notes. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, order of operations. Yep. I figured that one out. That's a neat little thing. Okay. Nothing new over here. This is still the same. Key. But our sketches are the coal cart and the car. All right. This is position, these two are positioned here, and I have both of their sketches, right? I'm gonna go to another day and find out which rooms were there and find out what was in them. So yesterday, I had the closet in this nook space, and above it was the courtyard. Closet, courtyard. Okay. The closet had a bull elk and a tag, which is exactly the same as what nook number 1 had. And the courtyard would not have had any sketches in it. Okay, not a good example. But I do have 2 libraries here. And day 6 had the commissary in library 1 and the billiard room in library 2's position. Okay, both of those rooms have sketches. So, the commissary, which we did really late, had hands in prayer and the hand holding a crowbar. Library 1 had hands in prayer and a hand holding the crowbar. It's the same on the grid. Okay. The billiards room had a curved walking bridge and the bride holding a bouquet. Library 2 had a curved the curved walking bridge or footbridge and a bride holding the bouquet. Okay, so the sketches are now confirmed between days. The same 2 sketches in the same 2 grid locations. So I will have to go do some VOD watching to find out what sketches in which grid locations I have found. And if because I have made note that sometimes the same room has the same 2 sketches, but it's likely because I put that same room on the same square. So I have started to see this pattern. They are essentially the sketches for that square. Now, do I know what those sketches mean or refer to? I don't. It's interesting, but I will continue taking notes on them all the same. It is possible to work out their meaning. I just don't have the full picture yet. I have not visualized, and I may have to open up a new day and like screen grab just the blueprint grid to figure it out. We will figure it out, but it's not going to be today. I guarantee you that. Let's continue on because I've gotten the information that I wanted. Okay, so we have a dead-end storeroom, which would quite literally end our run. A pantry, which would also quite literally end our run. And the commissary, which would not end our run, but we cannot afford it. Lovely. You have seen a minor clue towards it already. There are others, so you'll get there eventually. Okay. Would you be so kind as to tell me what room I saw said minor clue in? Just the room? Not what it's related to. Not what in the room was the clue. Sure, the commissary has the clue? Okay. Good to know. Okay. That's interesting. Is it in the staff notice? I say this because it amuses me that it's on screen at the moment, and if you went in, there's a moderate chance you'd get that and stare at it for a while. Yeah, except I can't afford it. No, no, I'm muttering to myself at this point. I can't back out of this, so I'm like, the run is ended. We have to go to day 8. Which is fine. Like, none of the stuff that I would get in here matters at that point. Let's see what item rolls up in the storeroom then. We have dig spots, so we could get the shovel, possibly. I don't think we did. We got a coin. We got 2 keys. We got a gem. We did not get anything else. I can confirm what 2 sketches are in this particular spot. This is the upgraded storeroom. So we have the clawfoot tub. And the bat. Flying over the woods, forest. Well, that's it for day 7, because I cannot go any further forward anywhere. I looped myself into a hole. But we can now test whether or not, since none of my steps matter, I can waste them if I want to. We can test whether or not me changing what book I decided to request in the library will do anything. So I went from the drafting strategy to the history. Don't forget to throw coins in the fountain if you can. Okay, I can throw my recoins into the fountain. Sure. I can't do anything with them. Hello, Mount Holly. Make a wish. Hello? I can only do one? I can apparently only do one. Again, since it does not matter if I wander about a bit, I can wander about a bit. There's a lot of these. Is there more than 4? There has to be more than 4. Like, are these the only 4 that matter? I don't know. This is the one I'm missing. Let's see here. This one was in the apple orchard. This one was... somewhere else. I don't remember. This one was today's school room over there. But there are all of these too, though I don't see any gas pipes hooked up to the stairs. Does that mean there isn't a gas pipe hooked up the stairs somewhere? Maybe not. But I'll look at the top again. Nope, no gas pipes up here. So these may just be decorative. Really hard to say. This is all blocked off, but I'm pretty sure it's related to the path that we can see carved into the mountain. Whoops. I will check over here. Yeah, there's no gas pipes that I see embedded in the rock over here. Howsoever, that does not mean there isn't something in here. But I checked this place. I don't have a way to light these. So there may in fact be something here that I can't see because it's too dark, but there seems to be enough light to see by. I can't go any further than this. But it's possible that you cannot see because the torches are out. Orchard, Hovel, Schoolhouse. Yes, you are correct. The Hovel was the other one. I was like, I can picture it, but I can't remember what room it was. This does mean, however... Hello, Burb. That, here is an entrance to somewhere. I have a vague suspicion that this is the bunker. Where, one of the other computers are. Could be wrong. There's something in there anyway. They do love their bird things. Hello, campsite. I feel like if it is daytime out, this should not be running, but here we are. It tells you about the campsite. There is my burb from my mom's book, because mom wrote me the book. Even though red was my favorite color originally, mom wrote me about a blue bird. My mom is the best. You know, before she vanished, kidnapped, or whatever. We eat a lot of apples. Not gonna lie. These are heaters. They're gas-fed heaters to keep the trees warm in colder seasons. That is why there is a gas pipe out here. We vaguely know what time it is. So this had to have been April 10th, 1992 through essentially November 6th of 1993. This logbook. It's not that he no longer works here, it's that all of the workers are on pause from working here until I solve whatever it is conditional thing that my great uncle wanted me to solve. So Robert Nogla is the groundskeeper. They have really great art assets for this game, I'm gonna say that. Like, they're simple, but they're informative to some degree. I do like them. Smudge pots is what they call them. Probably because they smudge up anybody who plays with them. Rinna's. I did not write down the name of this Paragon of Gardening. Paragon. That's what it is. So... let's see here. Red Rooms, Chapel... Rinna is number 1 on the chapel. Should also know the paragon of maidishness is a name. Cleaning. Not certain of her exact. Yeah, we do know of Milla. We don't know what she is the paragon of. Paragon of cleanliness, paragon of cleaning, paragon of maids? I don't know. Not entirely certain. Service, apparently. Servants being a big part of society, after all. Okay, thank you for looking that up. At the very least, we know. Cool. So, those are the ones we know. I specifically would like to replace the statue of Orinda, currently in the cloister, with a much more appropriate angel. Orinda is the statue in the cloister. Okay. So if I open up the green rooms... I'm also she also has a the statue in the cloister also has a statue in the chapel. Or does she? No, I think she has a stained glass window in the chapel. Orinda is the... Scepter and crown, right? Yeah, scepter and crown. Though I don't know what she's the paragon of either. So her window number is 7. Okay. I have put names to things. You've got a name and image. Orinda the Queen, Paragon of Royalty. Okay. That makes sense. I won't link name and description, but the job, as it were, is basically flavor, since you already know basically what they do just by seeing them. Yeah. It makes sense. So yeah, I have the Paragon of the Chimney Sweep that I don't know the name slash actual like description title of their Paragon hood. The cook slash baker Paragon of food, I guess. The Paragon of farming and the Paragon of writing. I don't know their names. Chef, keep it simple. Okay. The Paragon of chef. Yeah, so we have a chef, a farmer, a horseback rider, a chimney sweep that we don't know much about. So, we will learn. We will learn. Okay. That's it for this. I just figured I'd come back here and take a peek. I wanted to do this. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Nothing seems to be hidden here that I haven't seen. That's a gem stand. Interesting. Or at least it was used as a gem stand elsewhere. Here's the tree that had the code for this padlock at one point carved into it in a heart. I'm assuming it's a relevant date, 11/28. Yeah, let's just end the day. I've fact about it enough. Not a great day. Next day. Alright, this is the full map, which is pitiful. It was a bad run. But we did confirm some things, so that's fine. I can do some snooping work. It helped me confirm some stuff. We managed 9 rooms. We reached rank 2. Rank reached 1. It was 4 architect's bungalow, 4 drafting rooms, 31 steps taken, 1 item found, 2 new rooms. We did run into the schoolhouse and the chamber of mirrors. So let's start day 8 and see how far we get. Another day. More allowance. Hello, allowance. Is there anything else that is different or new? Hello, guys. Nothing in the corners. Nothing here. Alright. Let's go see what flavor of the day we will have. Oh my. Well, we've seen the hovel before. Not that the hovel is a bad idea to have, but we've seen the hovel. We've seen the tool shed. The tomb is new. Each time you draft a dead end in your house, spread 5 gold in the tomb. I found a black print. I have. This is our very first black print. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. We may do crazy shit today. It says every time you draft a dead end in your house. Okay. New room. Who dis? Are you part of the outer room set? You are. Okay. Wild. We're gonna learn so many things. We don't have any way to light candles. Clearly the tomb is in slight disrepair. No way to light candles yet. You weren't wrong. Okay, there's some steps down. We got statues galore down here. Oh my. Time to take pictures. So, if I open up the Red Room Chapel, this one is Milla. This is her look. We know that one. Or is this... Hold on. Did I get Milla's incorrect? No. Milla has the broom. There is another one. This is the chimney sweep. We don't actually know what paragon this one is. This is the farmer. Again, we don't know what the paragon of farming. We don't know what their name is yet, though. We have this tomb. Open only in the event of my death. Different stamp. Why it needed a stamp, I don't know. Simon. So here's when it all ends, at least for me. And of all of the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father, and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition? Thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break, and I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention, What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? Wow, that's profound. I mean, he's not done yet, but I need to screenshot the page. So, here we go. In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life for the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak, overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? Wow. And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break, these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce? More than wondrous woods and worldly mountains? This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulture as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric. What are you up to, Great Uncle Henrik Sinclair? We're saying a lot of heavy things. And two, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within the mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. Broccoli, welcome in. We just read a very somber, profound letter from our great uncle Herbert Sinclair. And I don't know what information was given in it, but it is interesting all the same. All right. But here lies Herbert S. Sinclair. May he rest in peace. Okay. I grabbed these two. I grabbed that one. I didn't grab this one over here. This is the Paragon, the writing Paragon. Okay. Oh, we found some gold. Sweet. We got +5 gold. That's nice. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end. Where is it? Hidden door hint, perhaps? Hidden door hint, indeed. This is uncarved. One, two, three, but there are 6 in total. Interesting. Those candles and a 4x4 grid do not mean anything, just like the pattern in the boiler room. Okay. I mean, it's not blue flame, so I suppose they're just the 3 that were last lit. I will delete this and take your word for it. Here's Orinda, the queen, paragon of royalty. We have learned recently. Despite immense work in data mining, nobody can find any use for them. Cut content, it seems. It's possible. Possible. Okay, here is another tomb. For another... see, here's another one of these. I think this is the hint that that one over there is not relevant. It's just set dressing. But here is another Sinclair, thus entombed. Possibly the father he was referring to in his letter. Believe me, a lot of people have put a lot of time and investigation to learn that. Fair. Bricks out of place. Nothing I can poke that I'm noticing. Here is, what is her name? Rinna, the paragon of gardening. Yep, got those, got those. What's in there? Here is the chef. Paragon of cooking, I'm assuming. Another offering table thingy what? Okay, more dead end stuff. We've seen you. We've been here. I think that's everywhere. We've done both of you. That just goes back to there. Rest in peace, great uncle Sinclair. I think that's the entirety of the tomb. This is a big room. There's definitely weirdness going on with it. Okay, that is a dead end there. So this is the furthest back part of it that I can reach. And this looks oddly out of place, but it is what it is. We don't really have anything that we can do with this. This is, as there is only 2 tombs in here, this is Heinrich's father, the former Baron Sinclair, and Baron Heinrich S. Sinclair himself, the last Baron Sinclair. And I believe that upon actually inheriting the estate, we would become the next Baron Sinclair. Herbert, sorry. I don't know why I keep calling him Heinrich. His name is Herbert. Herbie. Dear old Uncle Herbie. Okay. So I have the statues. I have the vague list of... Is it a dead end? Dun dun dun. I got 5 gold because this is technically a dead end room. So I believe that it has to have dead end in its description for it to count towards the spread. Okay. I'm leaving now unless Trav tells me not to. That I need to look harder. There were no sketches. Well, you can leave if you like. Are you asking if there's anything else to do? And in so asking, requesting a hint or even spoiler? I am asking whether I have enough information in your understanding of the game to do anything more in this room without seeking information in other contexts or other rooms. So I'm asking for a hint. Is there a puzzle in here that I could solve right this second? Is about as much of a hint as I want. Because you have been nominally keeping track of what I have been doing. Yes, there is something that you could do now, and as you can probably imagine, some things that you can't do yet. Okay. Well, I can leave now. Like, that is absolutely a possibility. I haven't necessarily noticed anything that can be manipulated outside of the letter itself. Granted, I haven't been, like, trying too hard, but most of what I see here is set dressing. I suppose I could attempt to interact with the statues. That is something I have not done. Okay. I clicked her. She did a thing. Did anything change? I am not going to click any of the other statues until I find the thing that changed. I'm usually pretty good about spotting differences, except when it comes to stupid little buttons on stupid little columns that any sane person would not think to look at because it should have been on the outside, not the inside. But outside of that, I'm pretty good at spot the difference. I will see if in my perusal of the room, I feel as if anything has actually changed because I clicked on her. I would assume you need to click them all. I mean, it's possible that I need a particular group of them to be clicked. It's possible that I need to click them in a particular order. It's possible that I just need to play with all of them, but like I want to make sure that, you know, if I click them all, I haven't locked myself out of something first. And I'm not seeing anything that's noticeably drastically different, so I'm going to assume that I can click more of them and it's going to be okay. I went for this one because I like her. We will go for this one next and see if that resets or does something else. Okay, nothing seemed to reset. No. The only statue that does anything is the exact one she happened to be standing next to. The others are utterly useless. Oh, apart from that one. We're not talking about stupid buttons in that green room. Thank you, Broccoli, for validating my absolute disregard. My absolute issue, anger, upset, frustration for those fucking buttons. Okay, did the other two statues change? No, they're still downward. Okay. I'm gonna do these ones over here because they're closer. You guys still good? Yeah, they still good. What about you? You good? Okay. I have... That one's still good. I have you over here. Okay. Are there any others? No? Yes. Baker. Okay, this didn't change. You're not suddenly open or anything. Nothing up here became any different. No, doesn't look like it. Dead End Trio is still the same. You're still the same. Everything in here seems to be the same. Okay. Okay. Nope, that was the same. Now, this may have not done something in the tomb itself. This may have done something elsewhere. I wouldn't know what. No greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth and strangles purpose. And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes an impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break, these chains. Commit yourself to be buried here, as is tradition. Okay. I didn't know, you guys. Some of them may need to be up, some of them may need to be down. We could be here all day. I'm just gonna leave them all down. Each of our journeys comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor is a definitive dead end, or is it? And just to be clear, if I am saying / suggesting anything, it's only about what I don't know. I would be silent about anything I actually have knowledge about. I'm going to say something very simple and straightforward because you do seem to be missing this a bit. This is a puzzle game, not an exploration game. Look for non-obvious things is part of it. Pulling all the statues is not solving anything. Use what you know. What do I know, though? Like, honestly, what the... I know 3 of their names. I know that they're in an important pantheon. I know that I can get more money if I just have all the dead end rooms that possible in the map. I know that I can put them up and put them down. They have a sound effect. I don't know what this puzzle is linked to, and I don't know what else I can click on. The letter to me did not seem to be referencing anything. They're saying hi to everybody. Nope, that's just the statue. I was like, wait a minute. But no, these don't seem to do jack or shit. I look around and nothing seems to be definitively different from the last time I was in there. Some contextual clues would be useful here. Game designers. Maybe you've given them. They might be in a different room that I've not discovered yet. I don't know. Does it have something to do with the amount of flowers on his tomb? Or the amount of candles lit somewhere? Or that rack that people say has no meaning whatsoever and they've dug into the metadata for? Like, I don't know. Trav did say that the only statue that is doing anything is the first one you touched. Do I need to unclick all the rest of them? No, that was pretty clear, not serious. Yeah, he was joking. Like, I know his tones. He was being sarcastic right there. He was going, oh, you know, you realized you can click on something else. That must be the only one that um, does anything. Oh, except for that other one that you just touched. He was, I know his humor. That was very much him being a silly Billy. But like, I don't know if like the locations of them have a matter. I don't have like an overhead view of this room because this is what we get for the tomb. I guess I could read this description. This Sinclair family crypt is as gloomy as it is immense. The true Sinclair legacy lies here, resting underneath the stones. A parade of distant relations and forgotten ancestors. I only see like a couple of things here that allude to how many ancestors are here. Like, this alludes to people having a plaque, but there's no plaque there. It's unless they were buried in the freaking wall, which case, I mean, that happens too. I can't clicky any of this stuff. Otherwise, I'd light a candle. Wouldn't that be a nice touch? I've got this that I can't pick up. Maybe it slots into something. This hints that there's not a dead end here, but what am I supposed to do? Hint? Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Some of us are dumb some of the time. Is this open now? Nope, can't interact with it. Bricks galore all over the place. Does this do anything? No. I'm just wandering in the dark at this point. Going, poor me, poor me. You're going to hate the rest of this game then. Puzzles get far harder than this one. This one's pretty easy. Then we need to figure out the patterns. So we have ups and downs, and we need to have them all down or some combination of these. May, you're getting frustrated. Sit back and consider things. You listed everything you knew, but I noticed a major omission on that list. Did I have a brain? I know too much and not enough is essentially my problem right now. Like, I understand there's a puzzle here, right? I understand it has something to do with arms up or arms down. I understand that this is probably a combination lock puzzle where some of the arms have to be up and some of the arms have to be down. But I don't have either enough context clues or enough understanding of the context I have to realize which one's pointing to this one up and which one's pointing to this one down. I am frustrated because it is slightly obtuse that I walk in here and I've had no obvious hint. I'm not going to say that there haven't been subtle hints elsewhere, but no obvious hint to what is needed. Like, are the ones that have light shining near them the ones that need to be up? So, like, the baker here is in light, but everybody else is basically in darkness? But then, are both of these in light and the others in darkness? No, we've got 4 here that may in fact be in light, and the others are kind of in darkness. Like, do the light levels mean anything? I don't know. Does the torch placement mean anything? I don't know. Do the candles mean anything? I don't know. I feel like I have a massive amount of information for day 8 in my brain that I don't have necessarily the right context to go, here is what I need to do here. Which is frustrating to me. Light, direction they are facing, I don't know. Yeah, like, these two are facing each other. Does that matter? These two aren't facing each other? These two aren't facing any other statues that I can tell. Like, if I walk over here, are you facing somebody? No, not really. Like, is positioning the thing that I need to be paying attention to? I don't have an overhead map of this. It's, there's nothing, no clues on the ceiling that I can make out. It's just very pretty architecture. Like, WTF that I'm doing here? What of what I'm seeing matters and what of what I'm seeing does not? what is set dressing and what is actual context clue. It's reasonable to assume that this puzzle, since it's clearly is one, is related to the angels. Please list everything you know about the angels. Okay. I know 3 names about the angels. Where am I? Right? I know that Mila is the paragon of servants. She's the one. She's, nope. She's this one right here. This is Mila. Paragon of servants. She is the maid. Fantastic. Maids sweep. They sweep the floor. Great. This one is the horseback rider. She has a riding crop and a hat, and I don't know her name, and I don't know what her official paragon title is. Paragon of riding? Paragon of travel? Paragon of... Fuck if I know. Right? Okay, that's those 2. Over here, we have the farmer. I'm assuming it's the paragon of farming. I could be mistaken. I don't know her name, or his name, as it were. His or her. Their name. Maybe they don't have genders. I don't know. And this is the chimney sweep, who is the paragon of fire, warmth, hearth. I don't know. Her. All paragons are female. Great, fantastic. So she is the chimney sweep. This is not a dust thing. This is the chimney sweep thing. Chimneys go up. Pitchforks go down. Riding crops go up and down. Like, is this up these so that you can swing it down? I don't know. We know that this is, over here, Orinda the Queen, the paragon of royalty. Probably the patron protector of Ben Aries, the country that we live in. Scepters go up, though. Usually they are raised upon high. She wears a crown. Very lovely for her. This is Rena, the gardener. She's the patron paragon of gardening. Hoes go down into the earth. You raise it up, you put it down. Like, we know that the gardener is very fond of her because his thing is gardening, and he feels that her statue in the cloister would make more sense than the paragon of royalty, but thankfully the housekeeper did not take him very seriously. This is a hoe. It gardens. It pulls up weeds. It does many things in the garden. We have also the baker, who's the paragon of, I'm assuming, cooking or whatever. Food, maybe? Harvest? Who knows? The paragon of chefs. They have a pizza flat, I think. I'm not entirely sure what this particular instrument is called, but what you do is you use it to put things in an oven and take them out of an oven. That is what it's for. Usually you would not have it up, you would have it more level. So, yeah, but like a baker, a chimney sweep. This is a pitchfork. You pitch hay in fields, so you fling it up and down, but like usually you go downwards with that one. Like I have been doing that, and then you know, sweepy the floor. This is a broom. This is a riding crop. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Scepter go up? Does riding crop go down? Whack the horse so it goes faster, you know? Ho goes down. Like, they're all things that are meant to go up and down, which is what makes them really fantastic levers, honestly. You wanted me to talk about what I know about them. Chimney sweep, go up. This is a chimney sweep brush. I don't know if that made any difference. I haven't heard, like, grinding stone sound in a different room just when I use the levers that are these statues. But you wanted to know what I knew about the angels, and Trav was heavily hinting on names. That's great. I have 3 of them. There's Orinda, there's Milla, there's Rena. I don't know the rest of the names. They are not explicitly written here. I have no way of knowing who you are. Who are you? Why do you like farming? What do you do? I don't know. So yeah. No, I did say that since there was nothing here that involved their names, perhaps it would be something else. Well, I've talked about what their objects are for and how you use them. Up and down. They go up, they go down. You scoop up the hay. You fling it. Like, the movement itself is not... You bring the brush down so you can fit it into the chimney to go up. Like, I don't... Sweepy cobwebs on the ceiling. I don't know, you know. Raise it up so you can whack it down on said horse to make it go faster. I don't... What relevance is any of that? I don't understand. Now, Scepter probably up. Because you hold Scepter, but, like, you can knight people with a Scepter. Much in this motion. I don't know the significance between down and up, and there's no, as I've said, context clues that I have noticed that would give me any reference to whether down or up is good for any particular angel, paragon, whatever you want to call them. Maybe you need to fix them in the same position as statues in other rooms. Okay. Which would mean that I would need to have seen every other version of these statues. The only real... So the chapel has stained glass, not statues. And we have seen those. But in every single one of them, those pictures, they are clutching their object to their chest. It is not an up or down position. It is across the body, clutched to the chest position. So that's not really useful information. The only actual statue I have seen is of her like this. So if this is a mimic the statues you have seen situation, the only other statue I have actually seen of these paragons is hers in the cloister, and she is positioned like this, that I have her already. So if that is the only clue, context clue I have in the entirety of the game is that in the cloister, she is like this, then that should mean that she is up and everybody else is down. Which I almost have. Right? You're down. Baker's down. So the only person who is not down currently is you. But that didn't seem to objectively change anything anywhere that I have seen. Broccoli is playing this game with me. We are talking it out together. I am done playing with this puzzle because I feel like I don't have enough reference from anywhere to figure it out. Like, I could play with the levers all day in many different combinations, but that's just brute forcing the puzzle at that point. Not really going off of clues. Like, I'm serious. I don't think I have enough understanding of what this is connected to. Like, I've looked at the stained glass windows in my notes because I have taken pictures of them. The positioning is not the positioning of those pictures is not going to be helpful. If you told me what other room would have given me a hint to this, maybe it would dawn upon me what I needed to do. But the actual statues themselves, of the statues that I recall, I have quite literally only seen Orinda the Queen, Paragon of Royalty, in the cloister. Unless I've seen a different room and I'm not remembering, which is absolutely the case. It's been, you know, we are on what, stream number 5 now? That's a lot of hours to remember one little detail in. I do not recall seeing other statues besides the cloister, which had one statue in it. Now, there is a statue in the east grounds outside the windows. It is not of any of the paragons. It is of the actual other statues in the chapel. Seeing the angels, not necessarily. Yes, I've looked at that. They're in the chapel. Yes, I have looked at that. Oh, the numbers. The fucking numbers. Every single stained glass window has a number at the bottom. It's the order of the numbers. If you had just told me to reconsider what information is in the stained glass, I would have gotten this a lot sooner. So, I'm gonna switch screens for you guys because this is dumb. You're gonna be so mad. This is so dumb. Okay. Let me screen grab my notes so that, because we do not have, we're not in the room, right? Here are my notes, right? Every single one of these has a numeral at the bottom. They go in an order. So as you can see, Broccoli, the positioning on these, the positioning of the actual like figures in the stained glass do not help you at all because they're clutching the item to their chest. It's not an up and down thing. The other statues that you see in this particular picture that I've enlarged are not any of the paragons that are down here. Yeah, but Trav, a useful hint would have been, is there any other information in the other images of that you've seen? Not positional. any other information. I have made note of these stupid numbers before, and I just didn't connect the dots between, like, I didn't remember, I should say. Let's be clear. I didn't remember about the numbers in context to this puzzle until Broccoli asked me where I had seen them before, and I went back to my pictures. But, like, okay, so we know that the gardener is first, and we know that the chimney sweep is fourth. Okay. Just gonna do this. Gardener. So it's gardener, baker, farmer, chimney sweep. Maid. Queen. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Queen. That is the order. I had to close it because it was making me so mad. Like, what am I forgetting here? Like, I don't have enough context. That actually needs to go in a different section. Now you guys can see what I'm actually, like, doing here when I'm doing things. Spelled that wrong because I'm a dumbass. All right. Now that we can switch back to the game, I can stop being a dumbass. Here we go. I apologize in advance to Trav for having to make him listen to the sound a few more times. I hate this game and I don't even play. I don't hate the game. I hate that sometimes my brain does not make connections. So, we have to flip them all back up to do them in order. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I know that the sound is terrible. You're up. It is an order puzzle. There was information about this that I had. I apologize to the internet for being a dumbass. Please, people who are better at puzzles, don't hate me. Okay, everybody is back up again. This is their original default position. I will double check that everybody is there, but I believe that everybody is there. Yes, okay. So, from that, it is gardener. Where are you, gardener? The one in the middle. Gardener. Okay. Baker, which is over here. Farmer is this way. Chimney sweep Made. Oh shoot, I didn't get the writer's number. Where is the writer's number? One sec. I missed one. One, two, three, four. Five. Queen is last. It's made. Writer. Queen. Almost missed one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So we just did chimney sweep. Made. Writer. Queen. I just didn't write it down, so I had to fix my own notes. More down. More down. Keep a note of that order because you may want to use it again someday. Yeah, no, I have it. It's not going anywhere. It's the tombs. They just have more of them. Hello, head of a family member, maybe? Another head of a family member, maybe? We have death. You look freaking cool, Death, but... Sorry, I am adjusting my notes, taking pictures. Now we have an underground map. Evacuation tunnel, reservoir. Okay. Interesting. Please don't reap me. Where is that light coming in from? I wonder. Are these tiles important? I don't know. Nah, just set dressing? Okay. Well, it said go there, but clearly there's a blocked entrance situation. Do I touch you? I do. Yep, I touch you. There's one important thing you could do if you look around and think. I touched death. I'm assuming that is the important thing I should have done. I just wanted to look around before I got further. But I will look around again, I guess. There's those tiles in miniature. Here they are again. Can't open the tombs, which is great, to be honest. I didn't want to anyway, but... You're good, you did it. Move on if you like. Okay, I was just making sure. The abandoned mine. Okay, so the abandoned mine is underground. We don't have an underground section popping up. That's interesting. This is effectively a different room. And it is labeled as underground. Hold on. Yep, lost catacombs. I was in the catacombs down here. That is a new room. Okay. I need a whole new section. One moment. I'm building new lists here. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think I've got myself sorted now. Almost have myself sorted, I should say. I know this is a lot of dead air. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. Catacombs done. We go back into the abandoned mine. I know I'm losing steps left, right, and center, but we're freaking off the map at this point, so... Can't go past that, but it can go around it, maybe? How are you staying powered? That's what I want to know. Is it safe to be down here? Probably not. That is absolutely a different room. Okay. We will go there in a bit. I've got other directions to go in before I leave this section. That's another place that it leads to. That's definitely also a different room. Okay. We'll go to the first one that we found first, knowing that there are other directionals. Is this a dead end? Can I check? Can I tell? That's a dead end. I kind of want to do that one. Oh, I know where I am. I know where I am. The underground map piece that I have. Okay, so I went. That's the stairs that you come out of. This is a dead end room that I'm staring at right now that was down a tunnel, the excavation tunnel, which leads to the reservoir area, which is at the end of the, which is that, not that. That way over there is the reservoir. You could almost see the water to one side. So I know exactly where I am. This is a dead end, so I will do this. Okay. This is still technically the abandoned mine? Cool. Cool, 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 cool. So we will take a picture of this here. And we will take a picture of this here as well. Yes, I know that is another piece of the map. It is fine. So we are getting an upgrade disc here. We need a computer now. And now we have the key to the map and another piece of it. So we know the foundation elevator, the concealed entrance, the cliffside exit, the minecart, the fountain entrance, the tomb entrance, torch chamber, rotating gear, and north lever are all in this area. This is probably the end of basement, which we know from stuff that was not on stream, but I learned in the antechamber that we needed to get to the basement anyways, where the north lever of the antechamber could be found. was the implication, not stated. So yes. Buried floor plan is very 10 buried floor plan is very faintly here. I don't have the magnifying glass to make it more clear for you guys, but yeah. Apparently something here turns, or is, no, it's probably a turn for number 5, the fountain entrance. Anyway, there's gonna be like, this is probably a reference key of some sort for something. That is the main estate. In the center, I think. These are 5 outbuildings. And some power or route sectionals. I don't know. We also did the funny. Oh, another Baldur's Gate 3 run with my friend ended with a bang. We also did the funny. That's great, Mr. Scrake. I'm so glad for you. This slots into the other map you found. As you can imagine, you don't have all of it yet, but you will be able to see it later. Yeah. We don't have the whole underground map, but we will collect it. As soon as my pal finishes editing clip, I'll DM it to you, mate. Awesome. All right. Well, with that being said, I know from the first piece. Okay. That if I go through the reservoir, we can get to the basement from this way. Whether or not we have access to the basement is another matter entirely. But this, as you can see a little water over there, this is into the reservoir. And that leads into the basement. Okay. Okay, so we are in the reservoir. Can't go in the water. Can't go there. The boat is just out of reach, so we can't use it. Can't go swimming, but it goes down pretty deep. And there is, of course, another exit over there. Nothing in this little nook that I see. The funny in question, we nuked an entire top of the brain, dragon included. Nice. Alright, so this leads into... Ah. The basement in this direction is flooded, which is why you need the pump room. Okay. Okay. So we can't actually get into the basement yet because it's flooded. Or at least we can't from that direction. Let's try the other direction. We might be able to do more than we think. It's crazy what kinds of things there are. Absolutely. We get cool drum music from over here. This is still considered the abandoned mine. And clearly this is a mechanism that needs to be turning for you to be able to make use of the platforms. We don't actually have that part of the map. We need one more piece of map to finish that off. So I don't actually know what's up there. So now we know how to access the basement. We just don't have the ability to access everything in the basement because we need to find some way to make this work and unflood the basement. Rooms, things, same diff. Okay, so we can now go to the house and see what we can find. We have wasted like 10 steps on all of this. Because May is an idiot with a lever puzzle that has references from a red room. The red rooms are all very important. Yeah, it's a lot of information. You are correct. You didn't waste steps. You learned things and found new areas. Well, I did waste at least 2 steps. Going back and forth between a room to check something. But outside of that, I didn't waste much. Well, that sets the tone for the rest of this run, which I have an hour to do. So... make a wish. I don't have any items to put in the coat check. I'm gonna do something very different. Same sketches as are what is usually here. Okay. I could, sure. But you know how much I love to avoid the coat check. The records show I love to avoid the coat check. I love it. I avoid it like the plague. What do you have for us today? This box is the middle box. No, it ain't. The gems are in the middle box. Well, you are the middle box. This box is the middle box. No, you ain't. Howsomever, if two of the boxes are telling me that they are the middle box, and this is telling me that the gems are in the middle box, do I take this literally as in this box has the gems? Or do I open both the boxes that say they are the middle box? What do we think, chat? Please tell me, what do we think? The rules are, one box always tells the truth, one box always lies, and one box contains the gems. So, with those three rules in mind, is this box lying as well as this box? And the gems are here. Because this is the truth. Blue and black must be lying. Okay. I mean, that's my take, but I just thought that the three statements were... This is the reason why people get tripped up, is because they forget the rules. For extremely obvious reasons. Every time I have done this puzzle, I have had the correct answer. Congrats to me. Okay. Notice how I am ignoring the sketches today. I'm gonna do some VOD work later. It will be fine. Chapel. Chapel, you're such a pain in the ass. The numbers, guys. Do you see them? It's the numbers. All right, anything in the pews? No. But you never know, someday they might show up. Anything in the corners? Nope. Oh, hey, a gem. Cool. You have already been tithed. All right. You have indeed seen a coin among the pews in my playthrough or just in general? Like, have I missed a coin because I was not checking the pews as thoroughly every time? Just in general. Okay. I was like, should I be mad at myself? I was pretty sure I shouldn't be. Hello, drawing room. You're lovely. No. That is the same. Nothing over here. Nothing over there. This is all the same. Nothing on this table. Hi, low, great uncle. Herbie. Herbert. Herbaceous. Okay. None of you are a dead end. Give me a dead end this time. Sweet. The bunk room or the guest house? I'm gonna go with the guest bedroom. Beautiful. Look at the windows open. How pretty. What a lovely room. And a gem. Check the corners. Nope, we're pretty good here. Nothing on the desk besides the letter. It says KL. It's not Kimberly Thompson who works here. These are the sketches. Okay. Secret passage. Ooh, we haven't had the secret passage before. Secret passage. We've seen it before. We have not been to it. So I think I finally know all of the hallways. Let's check. Yes, I know them all. I now have them all. Fantastic. Pods and mountain. We have seen this combo before. The Halls of Holly, Green Thumb, the key to the bedroom, Red Rover, Gold Sink. Clearly all in reference to different color rooms. It does have a black chess pawn. Nice, nice. Is there anything else in this room? A gem or a key or anything? Not that I see. Okay, what color room do I want next? This is hallway, green room, bedroom, red room, shop. There's not a blue one, though. You cannot go to just a regular room. It's only the other categories. I don't want a red room. I like the majority of the hallways. So, okay. As far as bedrooms go, we are missing 3, one of which is her ladyship's chamber, one of which is the master bedroom, one of which we do not know. We've not seen it before. We've been to the bedroom, we've been to the boudoir, which is related to her ladyship's chamber. We've been to the guest room, we've been to the nursery, we've been to the bunk room. Blue is default, this lets you specify. As far as the hallways go, we know all of them, so we could get just another hallway. Corridor is great. Great Hall is great. and we don't have enough keys for it, but it's fantastic. I love the hallway because I upgraded it and it's very awesome. The west wing makes us sad. The east wing is very busy. The passageway is always a great one. The foyer is very nice. As far as green rooms go, do we know them all? We've been to the courtyard a lot, the patio, terrace, veranda, greenhouse, secret garden, cloister, morning room. The morning room is the only one we're missing. We know of it, we've not seen it. You will still only draw rooms that are eligible to be placed in that location. You won't get her ladyship's chamber or the master bedroom. I have a feeling because they require you to be further into the house or to have other specific rooms. Like, maybe you have to have the boudoir in play before her ladyship's room can even be rolled up or something like that. As far as shops go, we only know these two. We've seen the locksmith. We don't know what the other ones are at all. So maybe we should roll up a shop and hope it's not the locksmith? And then as far as the red rooms go, we know most of them. We just don't know what this one is. The maid's chamber is technically a red room, even though it does also count as a bedroom for purposes of bedroom-related other rooms that affect bedrooms. So it does do double duty for it is affected by both red rooms and bedrooms. But we don't know what this one is. I don't think we've gotten a reference to what it is either, but we've been in all the rest of these. I hate this one. We have the outer rooms, which may or may not, which I believe does have a red room in it that we've not been to. No, it has the trading post and the root cellar. The trading post is a shop. The root cellar is a green room. Everything else is a blueprint or the black print, which is the tomb. Oh no, there's the hovels in there, which is a bedroom. You have to keep track of these things for purposes of things that affect certain categories of rooms. Yeah. The last red room is the furnace? Okay. We have seen the furnace and avoided it. Because it was not really useful in that time. Just not drafted it. Okay. So I don't want to do red rooms today. Green rooms, I do enjoy most of them. Hallways are always good. But I think I might do the shops just to see what I get. We still have a way through these areas, so it's fine. Because I haven't seen a lot of the shops. That's so cool. Love that. There's nothing back here. Okay, and it only gives me special cost bypassed. We got the laundry room. We know of the laundry room. We know of the laundry room. I didn't realize it was a shop. I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna take the laundry room, you guys. I can launder currency. New room, who dis? And it does have that. Okay. I'm excited. Does it have sketches? Yes. Here are the sketches. For reference. They are the same two sketches that are probably always in this particular location. We know that if we find the boiler room, this room can pass energy. We have this. I'm checking all the things. Can I push any of the buttons? No. Can I check the coin slots? Can I open? No. Okay. We got laundry. Ooh. Okay. That's what that does. I will check it in a second. That's the shop part. I want to see if there's anything else in here that a note or... Nope. Just the sketches and the power, the energy, the steam ducts. I'm assuming that most things would show up on this counter otherwise. Nifty schpifty. This is a dead-end room. That's fine. I got something new. Okay. Laundry services. Five coins for the spin cycle, 5 coins for wash and dry, 10 for fluff and fold. Go look at the unpowered so you know more about it. Yes, actually, you can indeed launder currency. I know that it needs power. I don't see any energy coming in. I didn't see any ductwork in that room, so I'm assuming that this one, it will not be easily powered now. But yeah, this thing does something. I just don't know what. Go look at don't worry, go check out what fluff and fold is. I don't have enough money for fluff and fold, but I see. So spin cycle equals gold 4 gems. And vice versa. Right. I'm reading that right. Correct? The service costs 5 gold and will exchange all of your gems with all of your gold at a rate of 1-to-1 rate. So 10 gold becomes 5 gems, 20 gold becomes 15 gems. Okay. So the original 5 gold cost is for the service, and any gems or gold past that swaps all of your gold, all of the gold for gems. So like in this instance with my current setup, I would pay 5 gold and I would have 1 gold become 1 gem because I have 6 gold. Wash and dry, you pay 5 gold and it will exchange all of your keys with all of your gems at a rate of 1-to-1. So I would pay 5 gold and my 2 keys would become 2 gems, if I'm reading this right. Okay. Fluff and fold. And your gems would become keys. So for the example I have 2 keys and I have 2 gems, will it ask me which, will it just swap the numbers of those 2 things? So I would still have 2 and 2, but if I had like 3 and 4, three keys, 4 gems, it would swap into 4 keys, 3 gems is essentially what I'm. It says at a 1-to-1 rate, so I'm not entirely certain. And then all of the keys become gold. Interesting. There's definitely um a decent reason for this particular service. If you have a surplus of something and you need a surplus of something else, you can kind of swap it around. If you did the coin gem one, you lost 5 coins. Then it would swap what was left, and you'd end up with 2 coins and 1 gem. I see. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want any of these services currently, but it's interesting that you can mess with things, and I'm assuming that whatever this does when it's powered is of a similar vein. All right, well, that was an interesting shop that we've not seen yet, so fantastic. Bye-bye, money. Okay. We have the hallway, which would not connect to the entrance, the bedroom, which would not connect to the entrance, or the courtyard, which will connect to the entrance hall. Courtyard it is. Oh yeah, as I said, you can end up with a huge allowance. So imagine coming in with 100 gold and swapping for those keys. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm just not at the point in this game where I have a huge allowance. Here we are. I don't have a sledgehammer. I don't have a shovel. I did not acquire any of those things here. But at the very least, I can go back to the entry hall very easily. Onward. I don't really have a preference. Pantry could be nice. I have enough money for something in the commissary, but not necessarily a lot. The den is not terrible. I think I'm going to go for the den and give me more options going forward. I do kind of need to, like, have something curve around and let me get through here, but yeah. I'm going to go for the den. This is the sketches combination for this room. Nothing extraneous that I can see on any of the tables. Okay. I'm gonna go here. Passageway would be a terrible idea here. Bedroom does let me go forward. However, the closet will get me items. And I am okay with the closet being here, quite honestly. So I'm going to put the closet here. Hello, closet. I got the lucky rabbit's foot and a gem. Which means going forward, I will have a greater chance of getting items. Grandfather clock and the lock is the thing here. Nothing else extra. Okay. I am actually going to take the commissary here. I'm not going to go inside yet for a couple of reasons. I will be right back, commissary. You just hang tight. I need to go run to the tomb because of the tomb's actual effect. Well, I still have the steps. Yep. It's over here. Huge big brain. Let me borrow some money from the dead real quick. Yep. Hey, dead people, cough up your allowance. So yes, there's I'm, you know, just burning footsteps left and right, but it's fine. Yeah, straight on. Apparently there's no running in the house. And now I step inside. Looks like a cool game. Here are the sketches for the day. Salt shaker, shovel, sleeping mask, metal detector. But no upgrade discs, of course. Well, I need the shovel. Thank you. I've never had the salt shaker before. The metal detector is nice, but not necessary. I'm going to grab the salt shaker because I don't know what it does. Whenever you eat food and gain steps, gain an extra step. Oh, awesome. Sleep mask does a similar thing, but every time you go into a bedroom. I have gotten lucky here, yes. I've seen the upgrade discs like multiple times in the commissary before. I need to write down some things. I've been trying to keep track of like store prices. So let's see here. That way I kind of know what things are. Okay, I have enough for the sleeping mask, so I will take it. And in fact, I have enough for the metal detector, so I'm buying the entire place out. Thanks, Uncle. Yeah. So that was what was for sale in the commissary. I bought it all. Yep, it's all gone. Worth it. Okay. So now could potentially the first time you enter each bedroom with a sleep mask, gain 5. Like, it's not worth going back to the guest bedroom to get those 5 steps. Onward. Yes, please. Okay, the nursery is a dead end, and that would kill our run. The pantry, on the other hand, is not. Neither is the corridor. The pantry will have some food in it. And more money. Not that I have anything to spend it on until I find another shop. I do want to use it, but I would waste. You have like 5 dig spots. Oh, I do. I can't get out of the screen. I'm gonna grab the pantry. We're not gonna go there. We're absolutely gonna go here, though. Maybe there will be a turnip. I got coins. Okay. I got nothing. Okay. I got more coins. Turnip with the salted turnip. Nom nom nom. Beautiful. I do have a key I could get into that trunk with, but I kind of want it for doors. We might. We have the lucky rabbit's foot, so we're more likely to roll up like the sledgehammer somewhere. But I could unlock it and then have no more keys. course, I have had trunks that had keys in the trunks, so... What do we think? No, keep last key? Okay. You heard it from Broccoli here, folks. Nom nom nom. Even more moolah. The sketches. Anything else in here from the usual? No. Okay. Fantastic. The hallway is great here. The bedroom, probably a dead end. The spare room, I actually don't have any way upwards. I have basically screwed myself, but that's okay. I don't actually have enough time to do much more than this anyway. Am I not backseat game too much? I am so invested. Broccoli, you are not backseat gaming in this point in time. Actually, no. I can go this way. The bedroom would be okay, actually. Spare room would... The hallway is the only one that's like weirdly not okay. I should probably draw the hallway, but it's like a weird place for it. Maybe we'll go spare room and hope that we can get over here from whatever rolls up later. But no, you're not backseat gaming too much because you are playing with me. You're not like just giving me the solution of the puzzles or go, no, you have to use this room here. You're like, maybe try this one. Like, I do know the difference between someone who wants to play the game through me versus someone who is trying to play the game with me. So, you're fabulous. Boom. Spare room. I've made decisions. We're living dangerously, folks. Okay. I have had a key just like randomly show up in a corner, so now I check them all. And I have the metal detector and it didn't go off, and I don't see anything the metal detector doesn't detect, so that is the spare room. Interesting. There's not a window here. There is a window here. There is not a window here. I had a feeling. You have secrets, spare room. Someday I will learn them. Live fast, die in the dead end. Yep, basically. Interesting combination. We have the library, which dead ends. We have the maid chamber, which does not. We have the passageway. That would be... This is a terrible location for the passageway. I'm going to take the maid's chamber. Less likely to find items lying around in your house, except I have the Lucky's rabbit's foot, which basically... I don't know how much it cancels out, but it basically cancels it out. This becomes a dead end, and then the run is done. Which, I mean, would be okay. We do have a book on... on order right now. We do have a book on order right now. No. Let's do the maid's chamber. I think I'm okay. I would like to continue for like a few minutes more. Decisions have been made. Were they the correct decision? I don't know. But I did get the bonus from the sleep mask. This is still the staff notice. These are the sketches for this room. Location. This is the staff. Look at them. They're so lovely. I was incorrect. We have seen the maid statue before. It's not the same. She actually looks like a maid here instead of with like you know, robes and stuff. We have a hat here. There 'tis a hat and a maid outfit. But nothing extra in the room that I can see that for like currencies. Okay. Frickin' coat check again. Which is a dead end and a dead end. And I'm going to take the West Wing Hall instead. Here are our sketches for this location on the map. E. E. Main character just sees the maid outfit and passes it by instead of trying it on. Unbelievable. Look, if I could try it on, I would have. But unfortunately, I am not able to put it on. Okay. Give me the coat check now. No. 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 So instead, we're not going to do the kitchen. We're not going to do the nook. We're just going to do the nursery. Because it's the perfect dead end for this room. Such a cute room. Look at it with all the windows. There are its sketches. So cute. Super adorable room. There's where the current location of the tomb. Got a gem. Storybook time. The Red Prince by Marian Marigold. There was a prince who sat in a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. Note, there is a rose here. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and in the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. Suspicious lack of a rose. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you. In fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book. The red book we just read. That's really not a map, you know. There's no details on it. No, but it is the grid. It is the grid. Ah, such a cute story. It alludes to the front entrance and the antechamber. The nook dead ends. The corridor is the way through, but and the pool is also the way through. Add sauna room, locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. I've never been in the pool. Let us learn about the pool. Hello, we have found the pool. What number is the pool? Shall we find out? Well, it is not any of these numbers. Or these numbers. It is, in fact, 27, 28, the 29th number. Number 29 is the pool. I love how the letters are half drowned in the pool. That is a very nice touch. Let's see here. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. Okay. That's one of the sketches. That is the other one. The sneakers. I've never had the sneakers before. Or the running shoes, sorry. Occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Man, we could have used those way earlier. That's cool. The pool has rules. These are the rules of the pool. Take note, everyone. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the deck pool, from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day, unless otherwise stated. No running. You hear that? No running, you guys. That's why I cannot run. I can just only walk faster. Okay. There is some reason to drain the pool. I need to get to the pump room to do that. This is not an item I can pick up. I checked. But it is an interesting room, and there is definitely more to the pool than meets the eye. Okay. The pump room is a dead end, the kitchen is a dead end, and the garage is a dead end. And out of the 3 of these, the pump room is the only one we have yet to see because we've never had the pool before. Let us play with the pump room. Okay. Pump room is room number... Not here. Not here. 33. Control water flow throughout the estate. Okay. This does have the ductwork in it. Here is the pump control. Here are the pumps and the tanks. It's going to have, it's a tank puzzle, basically. Pump control panel. Pump 1, pump 2, pump 3, pump 4. Where they connect to. Tank 1, tank 2, reserve tank. Pump 2 tank switch. So this is importante information. that also goes with our pump user manual that I have to go fetch the information from the library for. Okay. So. First step is go here. We want the fountain, the reservoir, the aquarium, the kitchen, the greenhouse, and the pool. We want to drain the pool, right? Pool. We want to go from the pool to the tank. Okay. That filled up. What if we... And this doesn't have power, so we can't put it in the reserve. Okay. That did lower the water. You can see that the water is lower. Okay. 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 And that filled the pool up again. Good to know. Okay. So what if I fill up the kitchen? Okay, that didn't really do anything. Yep, that doesn't do anything. Pump 2 is connected to 2, 1 and 2. Pump 4 is connected to 6. Pump 1 is connected to 5, 3. So would like to... Okay, that didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. Okay. So. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Six is controlled by pump 4. If I want to empty that tank, I need to pump it into 5 and 3. Pump it into 5 and 3. Okay, so let's do this. And try that one. Yeah. Perfect. Now I'm cooking with water. Pump 2 can go to tank 1 or tank 2. Pump 2 is connected to 2 and 1. 2 is the reservoir, 1 is the fountain. Okay. The greenhouse is unfortunately full. I have drained the pool not quite all the way down. If I could just have this flow into the other tank, that would be great. I'm not entirely certain how to do that. Or if it can be done. Pump 2 is connected to 2 and 1, and 2 and 1 are full. Double check which one is going where. I know what I'm doing. Ah, yes, the greenhouse. Do fill that with water. I did. Greenhouse is full. Okay, I need that off because what I want to do is finish draining the pool now that I can. I also tried to fill the kitchen with water, but I didn't quite make it. Where's the kitchen connected to again? Pool. What is it? Pool, greenhouse, kitchen. So 4, tank, 3. This one. Okay. Pool is empty. Kitchen can be filled. I drained the pool and got money. I don't know if it's just one time thing or if you can drain the pool every day. Okay, we can fill the pool back up now. So, not from the kitchen, obviously. Those are all off. So I would like to... Nope, everything's off. Okay. Now that we've stonks run, roguelike player inside of me is so proud of you. I appreciate it. But this is... I'm just playing with water right now. So the pool is slightly filled, and then we... can pull from 5 or 3. 5 is the greenhouse. 3 is the aquarium. No? Oh, 5, 4, 3. 3 is the kitchen, never mind. Hold on. Yeah, I would have to pull from something else to fill the pool again. I would like to drain the reservoir if I can. Reservoir is 2. Yeah, let's drain from the reservoir. That's... this one? Yeah, I'm going to need the reserve tank, but... I know what I'm doing. It's okay. And then we fill up the pool. Wrong direction. be surprised how far I can drain the reservoir. Not necessarily empty, but I can absolutely get it pretty far down. Oh, I didn't mean to put that back. Now we have no chance of getting the kitchen to see how filling it up worked, and we didn't drain the aquarium, but we are very low on the reservoir and we can get back to it. So we have plenty of steps to get back to it. That is as far as I can clear, like, drain the reservoir. By the way, water adjustment carries over from day to day. Cool. That's fine. The pool is full. I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that? So the greenhouse will be watered, the kitchen will also be watered, and the reservoir is very low. So we're gonna go run back to the reservoir and check out how that changed things. Is there anything else I can buy here? No. Bought you out. I have no other reason to save this key but to use it here. Nah! Should we exchange the money for keys to open that box first? No, I got a key out of the box I opened. I could potentially exchange for a whole bunch more keys, but would it be worth it? I don't know. I want to see what changed downstairs just in case we need. Okay. Okay. Be sensible like that, why don't you? How dare you be sensible? How dare? Okay. Wash and dry? No. Fluff and fold. I spent 10. All of your keys with all of your gold. So if I do this, I now have 1 gold and 14 keys. And now I have 0 gold. That's okay. I already threw a gold in the fountain. Running, 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 running. Running, 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 running. Oh, shoes didn't proc this time. It's this. Oh no. It's that way. I almost got lost. Never mind, I have more gold. So I am on the wrong side for this. And it's still too flooded to get to those chests. But I have the view. I still don't know how to unflood the basement, but... You'll get there? I mean, I actually haven't checked to see if the basement is unflooded, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, still flooded. Does the map help you know how to get there? It does, yeah. You should try playing around the with emptying other places and seeing what happens. It's probably has to do with the aquarium or the fountain. So I was conceptually right about the keys. You were conceptually right. You were absolutely correct. Like, the aquarium. Those poor fish. I know. The poor, poor fish. Unfortunately, I do not know how to empower this. There's clearly stuff I need to check out, but until this starts rotating and I can jump, you know, walk onto it. This is a pit of death, and it won't let me fall down. Because Simon P. Jones is not a dumbass. Clearly. So that's the end of today. Yeah, so of the map we have, we've been in here, which is a dead end. We have, you know, drained the reservoir to a great degree, and if we only drain it enough to get to the boat, I wonder if the boat will let us get across. I don't know. This way is the gears are up here. You go through this, and that's how you get to the basement. There's also something over here. But that's how I knew where to go. It's because of the map piece. So. So this is something, but this is what's flooded. And it leads to the basement. There is apparently a cliffside exit, which is probably and a fountain entrance. So draining the fountain would shortcut us down here without needing the tomb. And I think also there is another exit elsewhere on the cliffs, so if you can't roll up the tombs on the reg, you have to make other entrances, which means that this is probably the fountain in question. All those coins that I dropped in there to wish on. Yeah, there are ways of guaranteeing the tomb. Interesting. There's also that. There's one more of these to find. And there's also down here, but I don't see any exit or entrance here. We don't have any way of turning this torches on to see if there's a way through. Two that I know of, and I'm not even a player, let alone a high level one. But I have a feeling that the other exit that they talk about in the map is probably related to this right here. Wait, the metal detector, it means you can probably recover them, so throwing them in there is a way of investing? Kinda, yeah. I can only do 1 coin, though. Like, I have 5 right now, but it wasn't letting me make wishes anymore. So there we are. This is the end of my stream today. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I have maybe like 4 or 5 coins in there, maybe. In any case, you guys, thank you for joining me for yet another run. Even with my frustration at the beginning, this has been a pretty good time. So yeah, this is the end of the day. My name is Mayron Altheatover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time. On Fridays, we play fun games with friends. So I hope that you will put on, follow me, put on notifications. You can do so either here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky. And either way, you'll be reminded to come join my stream and see what else I'm doing in Blueprints. If you cannot join my stream regularly when I'm live, YouTube is the place to be. It has the VODs. You can go subscribe and ring the bell so that you know when the VODs go live and you can keep up with whatever I'm currently streaming, or catch up because you couldn't catch me live any other time and see what I've been up to, or see what else I've streamed. There might be something there specifically for you when it's convenient, when you need company, whatever. That being said, I do try to raid a friend or make a friend at the end of every stream. Doesn't always work out, but we try. If you're live with me, feel free to copy pasta the raid message before we go. And if you're not live with me, we'll raid the next video, silly. And it doesn't matter if it's mine or not. Just enjoy what you're watching. Oh my goodness, I have so many options. I'm gonna go run over to Blackhawk. He is playing Star Rapture. Hawk is a good friend of mine, and I haven't raided him in a while, so we are gonna go raid Hawk. He's probably playing with a friend, but maybe not. Anyways, take care, you guys. I will be playing more Wildmender tomorrow on Friday, but if you are watching the VODs, that doesn't matter for you. I could be streaming anything. And have a fantastic magical rest of your time until I see you again, and we raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, guys.